looking at things before they would even come and look at the letter and what you are looking for. Because the reason is you may have a lot of varied skills, varied your lifetime, which you might have captured all in your CV, but the job position you are requesting for has been occupied. Meanwhile, there are other job positions in the organization that you carry a specific skill of which you can equally perform well. So you see, if you just write an application letter without a CV, they see the heading application for the position of an accountant. And there are accountants in the organizations. There are three or even four. They just trash it away. But you attach your CV, and your CV, you are not just an accountant, you are an auditor. You are not just an auditor, you have also mastered in taxation, and a lot of using some other accounting tools, which you may even have an upper hand on those accounting people. They're not going to sack them, but they will strengthen their team by including you, even though there was not a direct vacancy. But they may feel, no, your skills are very, very good. Let us strengthen our accounting team and bring you on board, even though the place is not vacant, but we want an extra hand, you see, because of the skills you carry. But you send application letter without CV and nobody has your time. Okay, so that is just by the way. So today we are looking at designing a job application letter B to the class. What is an application letter? How will you define an application letter in your own words? If your younger sister comes to you and says, Alice, today we went to school and our teacher said we should write an application letter. You'd be like, wow, at your age, yes. But I want you to tell me what an application letter is. What will you say to me? So, Alice, yeah, I'm waiting for you.
Okay, madam. So, an application letter is also an example of a formal written document that someone send it to an organization for a job or for an admission or for opportunity to be employed.
Good. The only thing I didn't like was say the printing documents. You can, you could have said a business document.
Okay.
Okay, it's a
Okay, it's a
business
bit.
document. Why? Because now in this Gen Z, now they are even doing away with the hard copies. Have you realized that? Most of the times we send it through mails and
Yeah.
all other digital formats. So to be at the safer side, you just use business document because it can be printed. Ideally, it should have been printed and sent manually to the organizations. But now, nobody has the time working from company A to company B. They just check their site, send their applications and CV in their mails, and then they follow up with calls. And that is the era we find ourselves in. So at the end of the unit, you should be able to explain what an application letter is, describe how to write a successful application letter. And now we are moving on to that because you have explained what an application letter is. Okay. So this will be the outline, looking at the purpose, the types, and all that in our description. So writing a successful application letter. Okay, writing a successful, we have explained what an application it is from a person who is soliciting for an application. He has an intention to work in an organization. So he needs what? Write a letter to that organization describing his skills, his qualifications, and what he brings into the organization. These are the three major things you want to see in your application letter. There should be no application letter without telling us your educational background. There should be no application letter without telling us at least a skill you possess that you are bringing to the organization. And even go ahead to tell us at least your working experience, how the length of time, the kind of experiences you've gathered in a particular field of work, of which you believe that with your qualifications, with your skills, with your working experience, you are the best fit for that position. Do you get it? So let's describe the ways or the key issues to put at the back of your mind if you want your application to be successful. Why do I use the word successful? Successful because you have a lot of application letters, and where do you find them? Is it not from the plantain seller and the Ebroni Nkati seller? Have you realized that? Yes, they trash it away, they put it somewhere because you probably are not even making sense in whatever you are writing. So we are not saying that all those letters with them are not successful letters. Most of them too, it is a very good letter, but there is no vacancy, so they will just give it to the abochi men, to be using it for soya, as the Nigerian people will say. For us, we will say chichinga. Okay, so writing a successful application letter, first, we are saying that it's a document you send to a potential employer to secure a job. That is what we have explained. Now, we also want to bring the word cover letter. You've seen that sometimes you refer an application letter to be a cover letter. Why? Because it summarizes your major points in your CV. In my introduction, I said the CV is a detail of your skills, your qualifications, your educational background, and anything that is a requisite for the job that you possess, of which you want to tell the employer that ABC is what you have in you. And so you believe by bringing this to the job, you are best fit for the job. It is detailed, telling us even the times certain education certificates were acquired and all that. You will not bring all this in your CV. That is why you need to summarize it. And in summarizing it, sorry, we refer to it as a cover letter. Cover, it is covering everything in your CV. That is why we call it a cover letter. It is covering everything in your CV. So the letter should include essential information that is supposed to describe what your skills, your passion, your experience, your educational background. I've said that already. And then also ensure that your qualifications and experiences matches with the organization needs. You are applying for a work as a plumber, okay, as a plumber, and all the skills you have gathered is what? Sewing. Please, is there any correlation? I don't know if there is any correlation between sewing, fashion, dressmaking, and plumbing work or electrical work, electrician. We are requesting for a job as an electrician, or let's use plumbing work. Is there any correlation? Sewing and plumbing, any correlation? No, they are two different things entirely. You see, there may be other types of work that you may say transfer of knowledge. For example, you are an IT man, okay, you are very good in IT. However, you went to a particular work and then they are requesting for the work as what? An auto engineer or something. And you also have skills there. So technically, you possess both skills, and you are applying for the work as an auto engineer, something, something, something. But you further tell them that in your CV, okay, your CV, you also tell them that okay, you also have a higher level of IT software coding and other things. Then you may gain a chance of it because now even in auto engineering or whatsoever, everybody is requesting that you should have an idea in IT. You should be technologically based. So that one you even have an upper hand. So there is some form of correlation. But plumbing and sewing, there is no correlation. So what I'm saying is that let your qualifications and experience match the organization's needs. The organization is looking for a plumber. You have also applied as a seamstress. The organization is not doing anything relating to fashion. So why are you employing them? Do you get it? Why are you, applying to that organization when you are a full-time seamstress and the organization is a full-time engineering or IT based something something? So there is no correlation, please. So let your qualifications and experience match with the organization's needs. Your letter should be able to catch the reader's attention favorably, convincing the reader that you are the best person who qualifies for the job or position. Again, here is not about exaggeration. Here is not about um, uh, giving out false information. I've always told my students that if it is academic wise, for example, at the end of your semester, you are going to write an examination, and it is likely that you would write an application letter and a CV. Please, I am not there to verify whether whatever you said in your CV and your application letter is true or false. For examination purpose, it is about creativity. It is about what? Creativity and being able to what? You want to show your intellectuals, your knowledge, cognitive wise, what you know about what you have studied. So for now, you have not even had your first degree. But if you are required to write a successful application letter and a CV in your examination, requesting or the exam is saying that right to apply for a lecturer position. I don't expect your CV to have WASI because maybe that is the highest education you have as at now. For examination purpose, where are you taking WASI to? So let us see in your CV that you have a PhD. Do you get it? For the application of a lecturer, assuming the exams is same. So because you've had an examination 2 years ago, it was yeah, not switch but sandwich student. It was application as a position as a lecturer. You see, I did not even I don't set the questions. But I said this in class and it came just like that as a lecturer. And I was like, you see what I was saying? And we still have students, they were so honest to the point that even in examination, we did not see their creativity. They were just telling us what they had currently. So for examination purpose, you have to be creative. And this particular point is the reason why I'm saying that, okay, catch the reader's attention favorably. So let us see that all the skills. You don't have a particular leadership skill. Let us see in your CV you possess some leadership qualities. You have attended some conferences. You have even written some publications. Put some stories there, not stories as in stories, but create something. Maybe you have written a publication in a journal and you just give a title, very beautiful title. You see, create something. Then you see that your CV is very rich. 18 over 20, you will get it. You prepare very, the point will be there, all right. But it is not encouraged. It's not so, what I've told you that this is subjective and subjective courses. You have to justify your inclusion. Why we should give you a higher marks and give another person an average marks or an okay. I use the word an okay marks. It is okay. It is fairly good. Let us give you some 15, 16 thereabouts. And somebody very strong CV, very strong application letter, 18 over 20. You can get it. Subjectives, you can get it. For the English scholars, they will never give you 18. The highest you get is 12 or 15. But document processing, apart from content, have you seen your course outline? You are saying that one of the proficiency of reading this course is what? Your English language. So somebody asked me last time, Madam, so do you mark grammar? Sure, we mark grammar. So that is why it is in your course outline. So proficiency in English is a key to this course. You have already done document one, so I'll not even worry myself taking you through the course outline because it is the same thing there. But I'll just emphasize few things. Okay. Can you all hello?
Hi,
Are you
we are
there?
there. Yes,
Okay. All right. So let's move on. So with this, so that is for assessment. But in reality, okay, in reality, the other point I wanted to tell you on the same issue was that you remember at the end of your CV, you have references, and those references are people that you have probably worked with, your referees, or your academic supervisor, or whoever you have, your mentor, your coach, they can be your referees. They are going to call them and find out if whatever you have said in your CV is actually true. So your previous employer, you have said is your reference, and then you possess all of these experiences from there. They'll call him, okay, Mr. Abuaji or Mr. Whoever. Do you know this lady? That is the first question. You see, so once again, please, we'll get there, but as and when the ideas come, I want to say it. When you are if you put anybody as your referees, inform the person so that they don't disgrace you. In other words, so that they will be aware of themselves, that they will be expecting such calls from any organization or whatsoever, so that they'll not say, "Ah, it's a wrong line. I don't know the person, or please leave me alone." No. When automatically when they give out this feedback, that means that you have told the potential employer that you are lying in your CV, but you might be true or honest. So inform your referees that you have used them as a referees, and therefore they should expect any calls or emails from any organization that they may contact them for information about them, so that they prepare their minds. Okay, don't just say this woman is my lecturer and then I've used her as my referees, and the person doesn't even know that you have used her. And so she, whenever she's contacted, she might not even know you because the students are many. Okay, so take note that you always go to your referees and inform them. Constantly remind them that you have been used as my referees. Anytime they receive calls or mails from any organization concerning them, avail yourself, let them know you. Let them know you. Okay. So another thing I wanted to say is, yes, because of that, that is why I made mention of exaggerating in your CV. If you have put false information there, they will find a way to know whether whatever you said is true or false. We have put there that you hold a, a master's degree from the University of what? Oxford, US, or I don't know, Oxford is UK, or is it UK or US? Any of them. You think they would call them and find out. They'll even go for what? Certification. Whether the certificate you have attached, assuming you only attach CV. When you are being called for interview and all that, they may take copies of your certificate or even call the institution even before they get your certificates and other things, they may even call your institution and find out if this person actually holds that kind of qualifications from the institution that you taught. So the idea is, what I'm saying briefly in summary is that for academic work, for example, examination, you have the ability to create something for your marks. It should end there. In real world situations, don't be creating things. Tell them the honest or the truth about whatever qualifications you hold, whatever skills you possess, whatever thing that you deem fit to bring in your CV. Let it be a true reflection of yourself. And that is all that I'm saying. The next thing I want to talk about is some of you, ideally it's about the money, right? Okay, so your first thing is you want to ask the employer how much are you paying us and all that. But what I want to tell you is, in writing your application letter, okay, the idea is what you bring to the organization and not what you seek to gain. It's not about the money or the benefit. Are they going to pay us allowance? Are they going to give us this? No. It's about what you are bringing to the organization. So you sell yourself such that you tell them that this is what you will do for the organization when you are employed. This is what you are bringing on board. Yeah, I'll borrow some of the expressions from men to women. What do you bring to the table? Is that not what they've been telling us? What do you bring to the table? But they've forgotten we are at the table. My ladies, are we there? Okay. We are the table. So forget about what we bring to the table. We carry the table itself. Okay. So avoid typographical error. Okay. In your application, some people may create serious error. And one of the serious errors is a letter that is not dated or even has the wrong date. Okay, a letter that is not dated. It is a very serious crime. And all forms of grammatical errors, please let's avoid it. Use appropriate formatting style. Okay, the appropriate formatting style, we are saying for big documents, especially letters. What is the font style to use? Font style. What is the line spacing to use for job application letter? The line spacing. It applies in all other types of letters, and we made mention of it last semester, right? Document processing one. So to the class, I want response. Hello. Unmute yourself and respond to.
Hello,
Mm-hmm.
that's Times News Roman
Okay, good. And font size is what?
12.
Okay. What about the line spacing?
The line spacing should be 2.
Are you sure?
I'm not very sure, but I think one and a half or something.
1.5.
Yeah,
No. Ideally, it should
One.
be single line spacing, which is one.
Yeah.
Single line spacing, especially for letters and memos, it should be one. That is the single line spacing. For other types of documents, like maybe you are writing a journal for publication, the journal may request for 1.5. But most journals even request for single line spacing because they don't have space. So having to do you read the journals? You see, they are so much together. Some are even they have found a way to even reduce it further. Apart from using single line spacing, they have a way of doing it. And if it is your own project work thesis, that one, it is two. Okay, that is the double line spacing. Thesis, project work, dissertations from the university. I don't know of other universities. Other universities may go for 1.5, but UCC, thesis, project, dissertation, or whatsoever, it is 2.0. However, in your assignment for other courses, that one most at 1.5 or maybe one, depending on what the lecturer asks you to do. Okay, so it varies. But for business documents, most business documents, especially letter writing, is always single line spacing. Memos, single line 1.0, 1.0. Okay, so, with all that we have said, you are going to tell us, and the last thing I want to tell you about the application letter. Have you heard that an application letter has two parts? Two parts. They are the personal letter and then the sales letter, all indebted in one style. Personal because of what? Personal because of what? Somebody should try why it serves as a personal letter and then letter. Hello, I'm waiting for feedback.
Okay.
Let me try. Okay, go ahead. Okay, let me try. Um, I'm saying that personal letter because you are writing it in person about yourself, this issues about yourself, and then as same as sales because it's marketing you. You are marketing yourself to an employer. That's my simple this thing.
Good. Who else wanted to add something to what he said? I'm listening. I'm listening.
Yeah, please, I think that is what I'm also about to say.
Okay. So you said it rightly. Personal because you are going to tell us about yourself. And in telling us about yourself, you want to see what who you are, at least mention your name. Some people don't mention their name because their address says so. For example, anytime I'm writing my address, I start with my name, then I use my department. Okay. And then that is how I write my address. So I start with my name, then I start Department of Business and Social Science Education, University of Cape Coast, Cape Coast. And that is my address. So because I have my name there, I don't even mention my name in the application letter. However, at the end of it, yours faithfully, I sign and put my mail there. Others may put their contact, my sign, put my mail and then my phone number. So I have it there. Others may bring their mails and contacts as part of their address. So when you sign, that is all. They may just put their name and then that's all. Okay, so it still what informs the employer that you are the one asking for the job. So they don't put it in the letter that my name is this, which is fine. But The other emphasis about the personal letter is let's see yourself. Who are you? Not necessarily your name, but who are you tells us about the skills, your educational background, the potentials that you have. Okay. And a touch of yourself. You are an energetic, you are industrious lady, you are use the adjectives. You get it? You are a hardworking lady, you are a hardworking woman, you are a hardworking man with 5 years working experience. That is how you start your introduction. You see, so that is your personal self. Who are you? You are a leader, you are a team player, you are this. I mean, you know them. You see, you have already said that in your CV. You've listed a varied self in your you okay, we get to the CV where you see these adjectives that I've mentioned, you see them fixed there somewhere in your CV. And now the sales, because you sell your skills, your potentials, and your abilities, which you have said. The skill aspect telling you are selling yourself. So you tell you are this, you have the skills, you possess these abilities, you have this potential, you have this unique talent which you bring on board and all that. And all of these things, you have to have a strong positive language that will appeal to your potential employer. All that we have discussed would reflect in your letter. So, for example, having a strong positive language, will you can even see them clearly in your conclusion. And that positive language is what? In concluding, you make mention of what? You are looking forward to hearing from you. It's a positive language. You are ready. Okay. You are ready at any time for an interview. It's a strong positive language because you have not just told them that you are just applying for a job sitting somewhere, but you have told them that you are even looking forward to being interviewed to discuss in detail how your skills are relevant to the job, to discuss in detail how you what you are going to bring to the organization, telling us that you are ready for an interview at any time. You are readily what? Available. That is what somehow some people put them. You are readily available at any time. Okay. So it is a strong positive language. There are certain strong positive languages, like also informing them in a subtle way of the kind of things you can do for the organization, the task you bring, the skills you acquire, and all of those things. They are positive language. Don't go and write your weaknesses in a letter. For example, I am very good though, but I have a little weakness, and that is I'm always late at work. It is a negative language. But you tell them you are so hardworking, you are able to work under pressure, and you are able to beat deadlines and all that. It is a strong positive language that hey, this person can resist pressure, so let's bring it because the organization is a pressure zone. So if you can't take pressure, we can't, and you have already told us you can take pressure. You see, and that is a positive language. So, to the class, with all that we have said, you are going to tell us the purpose of an application letter, the purpose of it, of a good application letter.
A good one, it seeks to give you a competitive advantage over other applicants.
Good. And in having a competitive advantage, what does it mean? You might have read it somewhere, but others may
That
not
is,
really understand. So tell us.
So it's like you have an edge over the others because of how you have presented yourself to the organization based on your skills and experiences.
So that means there are high chances that you'll be picked over the other
The others,
applicants.
yes.
Good. Yes, so that everybody can truly understand what you're saying. Okay, so you have said all. Now, the types of an application letter. There are times that you would want to apply because you have seen the advert somewhere, true or false. True. So, where are some of the sources of which we find advertisement being displayed?
Newspapers.
Okay. And are you vibrant with LinkedIn? Do you have some of you being on LinkedIn? And I'm with your LinkedIn, only those in the corporate world. LinkedIn is for everybody. Oh. And I teach a form on LinkedIn. Oh. Okay, so LinkedIn is one of the places that a lot of, I mean, because of your narrative on what your profile on LinkedIn gives you chances of being employed, depending on how you have put your profile. So anything relates, you connect with people on LinkedIn, and then there are high chances of being at the called for. I mean, getting vacancies displayed, especially when it's linked to your field. Okay, so we can talk of the dailies, you can talk of the newspapers, you can also talk on social media in general, where we also have LinkedIn and even the normal social media. Some people would still display a vacancy position there, but it's not effective like LinkedIn. Okay, so when they are being displayed and you have seen that there are vacancies, you usually want to give a reference, okay, referring to that advert displayed. And with that, we call it what? Solicited. Solicited because you are responding to an advertised vacancy. You are responding to what? An advertised vacancy. Whether it is a newspaper, it was in LinkedIn, it was in the dailies. We want to see in your letter the dates that advertisement was displayed and the source. So, for example, don't just say an ad. I write in refer to an application that and just leave it hanging. Tell us the source. What type of advert was that? Was it daily graphic? Even the newspapers, you have different types of newspapers, right? Was it the daily graphic? Was it the Ghanaian Times? Was it on Joy News? Was it on LinkedIn? Which sites exactly did you see? So, solicited application letter, you are supposed to give us the reference of the advertisement by giving us the source and the date it was advertised. The unsolicited is saying that, hold on, yes, good morning, Boko. Okay, a minute, please. Hello.
Yeah, hi.
So still on the purpose, one person should give us the last purpose so we move on. I hope my screen is being shared, right?
Oh, please, we can't see.
You can see my screen. Or
Please, we
Oh,
can't see.
No, we can't see.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Yes, please, we can hear you, but we can't see your screen.
So if you are not writing in response to an advertised vacancy, but for example, you complete school and then though there have not been any advertised vacancy, you just keep on writing to all the organizations in your region. It is what unsolicited. Why? Because you are just hoping that one of them will just find your skills and I mean your CV attractive enough to employ you. Sometimes there might not be a vacancy, but as I said earlier in the introduction, that the way you have presented yourself, the way you have written your CV is such that no employer wants to pick up your CV and put it down without contacting you. So there might not be a direct vacancy, but because of your skills, your qualifications, and everything you carry, the employer still want to add you on to strengthen their team members. We have four people or in the maybe finance team. Four is enough. We don't have much money. But when we employ you, you are going towards increase our output about 50%, looking at the skills and the experiences and even the places you have worked. We believe we are going to gather all these experiences from such places and bring to our young organization that you are trying to what also catch with competitors. And you have even worked in a competitive firm. We want you to come on board and join our team and then what increase our output. So although there may not be a direct what vacancy, because of what you carry, we want to employ you. And that is mostly done for the unsolicited application letter. No vacancy has been announced. However, you just want to apply to all these organizations just to sell yourself so high to the extent that no HR will pick your CV and put it down without contacting you, without letting you come to be part of their organization. So this is an example of solicited application letter. From the address, as I said previously, some of you will start with your name before you address your mail and then your dates. And the sender's address is there. I don't know why for the slide everything seems to be together. Okay, let me see if I can correct it here so that students don't make that mistake. Let me go and correct it here. Ideally, here, yes. Then here, this is how it should be. Okay, then here should, yes. And then here, good. This is how paragraphs are created. Okay, in the first instance, there was no paragraph, they were just together, which is not good. But I have corrected it here, so please take notes. You don't put them together as it was previously. I already sent the slide, so make sure that when you get it, you correct it as I have done.
Madam, please, I
We
can't
can't
see
see
the
your
screen.
screen.
You can't see my screen.
Yes, please.
Hey, but I asked you previously and you said you can see. Is it clear now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Initially,
Please start
all
from
these
again.
things were together. Okay. If you like, compare it with the slides I sent. The slides I sent, for example of solicited application letter, there were no space from the address to the date, from the date to the sender's address, and from the sender's address to DSA, and from DSA to the heading, which is application for a job as an administrative assistant. There were no spaces here where the Keza is showing. They were all together. Okay. They were all together, and I realized no, this is not how it's supposed to be. So I've corrected it just now, and I've created the spaces here by clicking on what the enter. When you click on enter, it gives you that piece. It shows the paragraphs, and these are what paragraphs. We did paragraphing last semester, or okay, this is the block format. So the example of the solicited application letter is similar to the unsolicited. It is only about the content of the letter. So when it comes to the formatting, it is the same thing. It has the same formatting techniques. Now let's look at the content. And that is where what distinguish the solicited from the unsolicited. Look at the first introduction. So for example, if the question in the examination stated specifically that write a solicited application letter, we want to see three things. Name them to the class. If the question specifically says write a solicited application letter, you want to see three things in your letter, name them. The first is what? It's not in any order, but give us three areas that we want to see in your letter.
Every education, skill, and experiences.
Are you sure? I'm making reference to distinguishing a solicited application letter from an unsolicited application letter. Write in your introduction what makes your letter solicited. That is the point I want you to raise. The
That's
examination is
the,
saying write
the
a solicited application letter.
That is reference to where you got maybe the advertisement to write. Then
Good.
your date, and then
Please speak well. You are talking to the class. You are not talking to your partner, please. Okay. So we want to hear you speak.
sorry, I said making reference to where you got the advertisement, and then that is the dates. All right, then the dates. I think that is what I can remember for now.
I didn't hear any of the things you said.
Oh, sorry, I said reference to where once it's solicited. That is reference to where you found the advertisement should be made. Please, did you get that?
Okay. Yes, please.
Yeah.
And then you made mention of the dates. Good.
Yes, please.
Yes, exactly. So that is all that we want to see. Is to tell us where you saw the advertisement and the date of which it was advertised. Finish. So two. I said three and two. So these are the major things you want to see. It is the only thing that will distinguish it from what a solicited from an unsolicited application letter. So when your question specifically asks solicited application letter, the first thing is your first introduction. We read and we don't see anything that shows that you are referring to an advertised vacancy in from a particular source. So the source, the dates, and from that type of advertisement is what we want to see. So for example, what you have here, the person is applying for administrative assistant position as advertised where? That is the first thing. In the Ghanaian Times, when? So where and when? You should put it at the back of your mind. Where and when? That means source and what? The day. The source and the day it happened. So sometimes you don't even just want to see on this date. Sometimes you want to see the day and the date. So for example, advertised in the Ghanaian Times on Wednesday, 29th March 2021. That is showing more emphasis, but just the date like this is also good. We just want to know the date of advertisement as well as what the source, the source where you saw that advertisement. So that is what distinguishes it from it. So the issue has to do with the first response you gave me is what happens for both of them. Talking about your skills, your educational background, and qualification is for both solicited and unsolicited. Okay, so you include that one as well. That will go into your second paragraph, telling us your skills, your experience, your qualifications, and all that will go into your second paragraph, and that will be for both solicited and unsolicited. But when the question specifically asks for solicited application letter, your first paragraph should tell us where you saw the advertisement, the time, I mean the date, sorry, the date of which it was advertised. And that should be your point. And in concluding, whether solicited or unsolicited, tell us that you are available for an interview. You are looking forward to that interview and you are ready for that interview. Tell us, okay? And then also attach your CV to your application letter. You inform us in your application letter so that maybe you have attached your CV to it. But in transit, the person received the letter and the CV, only gave the letter to you and left the CV on the desk. It happens. So the person reads your letter and says, attached to my application letter is my CV, curriculum vitae. Okay, attached to it is my CV. Then the person asks, and where is the CV? Hey, secretary, where is the CV? Oh, sir, please let me check. Obekwa question the desk, so now CV ne da hɔ. But assuming you did not write in your letter that you have attached your CV to it, the person thinks, this person is not serious. The person just wrote the letter and did not even attach a CV. Meanwhile, you have attached it to it, but you have not stated it in the letter. So you have no proof. Where is the proof that you really attached the CV? Do you get it? So prove it by writing it in your letter that attached to this letter is my CV attached to it. Sometimes people don't write it in that statement, but they write um, okay, that one, no. You still have to write attach. Attach, you have to put it in a statement. I was going to talk about the copies where they write CC. That one will just be copies given to other people. That one is different from attaching your CV. So take notes. Discuss a lot. Now you yourself, for this one, usually I give students the tips for writing a convincing application letter. But in your own jurisdiction, I want to ask you, if you are to encourage somebody to write a CV, what are some of the tips or what are some of the issues that you raise to the person or you inform the person about in preparing your application letter? We have mentioned a number of them, so add some to, or you can mention what I've already mentioned to see if you are really following and add additional ones that I have not yet spoken about. So to the class, assuming you are going to give tips to a new person or a friend who wants to write a successful application letter, what are some of the things that you tell the person?
Please, madam, if I got you, is it the CV or the letter itself?
A letter. How to write an application letter. Tips for writing a convincing application letter. We are yet to come to the CV.
Okay. So with the body of the letter, it should be so convincing. The language, your choice of words,
Okay.
particular
Good.
about that.
Good. You okay? So those are the issues you raise. Who else? So this one is just a general issue, just to enhance your letter is what written well. Okay, so it is just like the successful application letter in exam. They're not going to ask you that maybe give us some of the tips. No, nobody will ask you that question. However, these tips are just serves as a guideline, so you may be asked that state three guidelines for writing a successful application letter. It is not about memorizing, it's about understanding these things. So you ask yourself, in writing an application letter, what are the guidelines, the things that I should take notes? Okay, that is why I'm asking you so that you yourself will come out with it. Then we reshape it into a very answerable question, or I mean, reshape it to fit whatever your expectations. Then we move on. So who just spoke? These days, it seems the students are many, so I've forgotten your names. Better today, you have not said
I
anything.
just talking
You are the one that just let me
madam.
let me look at the
Okay, madam, correct format of the letter as how you taught us that we need to do a single spacing and numeral something.
Times New Roman.
Yeah.
Okay. Familiar.
Yes, madam. What I wanted to say has been said. That is the diction, your choice of words, and then the linkages to use, how to link the one paragraph to the other.
Okay, good. Augustina. Godwin. Auntie B. Each week.
Yes, madam. Madam, please, you have to highlight your strong selling points, like your achievement skills.
Okay. So what I have here is first you want to create a draft. Okay. So in creating your draft, remember when you were doing business documents. Remember the 6 C's, right? So you want to create a draft and ensure that you put all your ideas together. Okay, so what are you applying for? You're applying for the position as an administrator. Then the next thing to ask is who is an administrator? And in answering the question who an administrator is, you are looking at what the job description, the roles of an administrator. Then you find out that your job description matches, does your skills and qualification align with the job description, matches your qualification, matches whatever they need. The job description is an administrator. All your work, you have not even performed any clerical duties. You have not done anything in the office, and you want to work as an administrator. But you can tell them that even you may not be a direct administrator, but at least you have being at an office and perform some form of clerical duties, though you were not having the position of an administrator, but the fact that you have performed it, you have done document processing, you have done office management, so you possess those skills. You have also done business communication, and during your attachment, you had the opportunity to work in a firm where you work as a secretary. Secretarial duties is similar to the administrative work. In fact, they are just change of names. You see, so you possess those administrative skills. You have also worked as what a church secretary. You were the school secretary. You held position SRC secretary. You get it? All of these things enhances your qualifications and also enhances your chances of being what uh, employed as an administrative assistant in whatever firm you are applying for. Okay, so look at the job description. If it's about products or services, does it match their needs? Personalize the letter to fit the specific position. So in personalizing it, how do you personalize it? By highlighting your experiences, your skills, your requirements as listed in the job position description. So in other words, your qualifications should also match the job posting. You have these qualifications in ABC in this area, in this field of work. Okay. Then you have to create an outline for your letter. Of course, every letter should have three parts: introduction, body, and conclusion. I'm not saying much on it because you have done it. But all that I would want to say about each of the parts, for example, introduction aims to capture the attention of the reader. So if it is solicited, at least your solicited the introduction is simple, telling us the source of the advertisements and the day it was advertised. The body, for unsolicited, you should find a way of capturing the readers' attention. We have so many ways of what? Introducing yourself. I gave you example. A hardworking, enthusiastic, and energetic, visionary woman. As a visionary woman who aims to do ABC, I wish to blah blah blah. I mean, you have so many ways of introducing yourself. Somebody pitch and you start by saying, "I'm a visionary woman." Wow, what shows you are visionary? Then in your body of the letter, you have proven that you through you were able to do ABC, and you did that and you did that and you did it and you have this color. Oh, okay, then you are visionary indeed. Because looking at the height of your educational background alone shows that you are a visionary woman. Because nobody with that qualification will not be visionary. Because you have vision of being in the top class or being here or working with that level. That is why you have even what taking that journey of going through this educational background because you have vision, you know what you want. You see, so your introduction should be very catchy. Body should show the reader that you are the ideal candidate for the job. And that is why in your body of the letter you usually have two paragraphs. The first paragraph mentioning your relevant education and skills, okay, and then the second paragraph summarizing all the working experiences that you have gathered and what you are bringing to the table. You see, so in your conclusion you reiterate your strength and tell us what you bring to the team if you are given the chance. So you reiterate that upon all that you have said, this is, I mean, find a way to conclude by saying or by stating what you wish to bring on board when you're given the chance. And remember, after you have stated that, conclude also by saying you are looking forward to having an interview with them and also thanking them for their time. Thanking them for their time. In all of this is maintain professionalism, try to be brief, and work on your format. There's one thing, okay, I'll talk about, I wanted to say it, but it is at the formatting side. We spoke about the font size, the formatting, which it should be single line spacing, but I want to talk about the length. Ideally, every application letter should not be more than a page. It doesn't mean when you are writing in examination, you should stick to one page because in your when you are writing, you use more spaces than when you are typing. Have you realized that you may have about 2 or 3 pages, and after typing all the 3 pages in your book, you realize that it all went into just one page of your document? Have you realized that? Yes. So the length of the application letter should not be more than one page. Doesn't mean in your examination you should write to fit only one page. No, because typing is different from what writing. And some of you may even have very loose handwriting. So take notes. In typing, assuming you have used the traditional font size 12 and Times New Roman and it is single line spacing and the address and everything is there. And that is what we are saying. It should not exceed one page. And even in typing, sometimes if you are not lucky, the main text will be on the page, but the complementary clause, yours faithfully and other things, you can't still put it in that same page and you have to go and use the next page. It is accepted. But at least you should not use the whole 2 pages for one application letter. Do you get it? That is what I'm saying. Your paragraph, when ideally the block style format is the ideal thing to use. However, that is why there's a clause. People have different styles of writing, so they may go by the indented format. But I always prefer going by what the block format. Block format makes it very, very presentable. The indented format is also a style of writing, but that is why I use the word preferable. preferably use the block format. Indented format is accepted. It's the word it is accepted. It is not wrong to use it, but it is preferred to use what the block style of writing. You are familiar with this, so I move on. Any question? Any question? So what I'll do is TV is another held together. So instead of waiting till 9 o'clock where you go for break, I would give my break from now to 40. Okay, that is 20-minute break. So you have, if let me address the questions first, and then let's go for 20-minute break. So when we come, you quickly go through the CV, and then we end the class today. Any question?
Yes. Mine is just to add up. There are some jobs, mostly when you apply, when they advertise it, they do say they want people with maybe 3 years working experience, which means they want
Again.
like 3 years working experience.
Okay.
Some of the job advertisements, they will state that maybe 3 years working experience. And mostly, I think if I got you right, you made mention that some of the things you always have to say things that are true about you. But in this situation, there are sometimes when you are done, like let's say this course that we have done, you haven't had the opportunity to work with other organizations. But there are times you need to be very creative. You can also even lie about working with other organizations, but that means that you need to prompt them. So it's not all the time that you just put everything that is true about you, because there are instances where you wouldn't have the job experience. You haven't worked with other organizations that are related to the job you are applying for. So is it always
Yes.
right?
Oh, well, if we see a dear, this world there, this world, you will be there. Somebody would even give you a will send something that you were even making fun of in your. That is why you have to be very careful with social media. Somebody got rejected because of a social media post. The person was annoyed with Zenith Bank. Okay, the person was annoyed with Zenith Bank, and then he insulted Zenith Bank on social media. Fast forward, after that person was probably an undergraduate student, and he completed school and he did finance, and he thought he had all the qualification and all that, and he went to Zenith Bank. That same he has even forgotten that he had sent a social media post about 3 years ago of insulting the organization of their poor customer service and all that. And fast forward, he went there with all his credentials. Somebody brought out that thing on social media post 3 years ago or even 4 years ago of he insulting them that they are having poor customer service and even use some form of abuse, I mean verbal abuse, stupid bank, foolish, I mean a whole lot. That post alone deprived him. He said, you have all the positions, you have all the skills. I mean, you have all the qualifications, you have all the skills, you have everything, but no, you are declined because of this. So you can imagine the extent to which people go and dig into your past. That is why I'm saying that for academic purpose, it is fine to lie, but be careful when you go on board. The reason is that is why I made mention of you contacting your referees. So
Yes.
they'll find a way. One of my uncles, one of them is an HR, and he is into they have an agency, and their agency is their work is like a CID. So I remember some years ago, he gave me some students, I mean past students of UCC, and I have to go to academic board to verify. So that one, it was verification of certificates. So I'm just using that idea to say, okay, so all that we read in books is actually true. So there are about three of them. They all claimed they came to University of Cape Coast. They all have their certificate. I mean, they claim they came to University of Cape Coast. I have to bring their details to University of Cape Coast, uh, the academic board, those in charge of issuing certificates, to verify if these students actually achieve those certificates. So we have verification of certificates. I have to go through that long process of just verifying. It took me years. Sorry, it took me some time, some days, like a week or so, for the verification process to be complete, and they'll write a letter to attach that yes, truly these students completed on these set dates. Their records are here, their transcript, they possess all of these things they have said on their transcript. It is true, everything is true. Then I realized that hey, even certification put a year verify, how much more verifying if you have actually worked with an employer. That one is simple. If you have attached that employer as your referee, they will call the employer and then find out if truly you worked with them and what was your performance. Sometimes they even ask why you either resigned or what made you leave the organization. Is it out of bad performance? Maybe I will be a BB and a cycle. They will ask a lot of questions. They will find out. Sometimes they will not even call them directly. They would find a way to find out if whatever you've said on your CV is correct. For example, you have said in your CV that you have worked with Microsoft. Microsoft, this big organization. You think they will not find out? They will find out. They will contact the CEO. Please, do you have in your, because every organization has a system where all their members, from the day the organization was commenced to the date of operation, they have it in their system on this date. That is why in your CV you put the date there. If you worked for some period of time, maybe you worked with them for 2 years, the date will be in your on your CV that maybe 20 May 2025 to maybe you let's use May 2024 to May 2025. I worked with uh let's say I worked with Ashasi University. Okay, they will call Ashasi University and find out in their system, do they have this person, Juliana Joyce Mensah, working as a lecturer there in this department? They will find out. So in reality, in HR, they know a lot of people are using fortification. They will falsify their certificates. They will even falsify their working experiences, lying that they work with ABC Company Limited. They work with this person, they work with that person. Even if you have not used them as your referees, they will find their way to contact that organization and find out from them if your name is in their list of their staff and the year in which you claimed you worked with them. They will find out. And when you are lucky that they say that, oh, yes, this person came to work with us for a brief period of time, then they will go further and ask the person's performance and attitude towards work. So they do all these background checks. You've done HR, right? When you did
Yes.
Yes.
HR, yes, maybe undergraduate, you didn't go into detail. But masters, I did HR in masters, not as a program, as an MBA human resource. Those people who did MBA human resource, they even go deeper than what we did because ours it was just a course, a 3 credit hours course in masters. And it was more detailed than the undergraduate HR we did. So the one doing it as a full program on its own would be even much more detailed than what we did in masters. And even the detailed one that I talk about in HR, Masters HR as a course, 3 credit hours. The kind of work HR people do, especially the background checks, I appreciated this. Since then, I have told myself no matter where my CV is going, Of course, I can use certain adjectives to describe myself. That one, me and I say me a visionary. What I say? What is the proof? When I am interviewed, the way I will talk, the things I will say concerning how visionary I am. If it's the leadership position, mostly I will use church there. They will not even have time to go and ask the church. But at least church, when you mention my name, did I hold certain? Of course, they will tell you because I was very vibrant. So they may not tell you specifically I held this position, I held that position, but they will definitely you get good things. So if there are certain traits that I can confidently say at the interview, I will relate it to church that I did it at the church, and especially when it comes to leadership. That one I play a role at church. That one day. That one is I'm being honest. But I will not go and talk about some leadership position in maybe SRC president. I have never been an SRC president before. Why would I go and like SRC president? Then they'll go and take because it is easy to even get information. President in the year, then of course, whatever thing you say, you have to attach the year in which you had those experiences. Then they'll come to UCC to 2020. Who was the SRC president in the year 2020? And it was even a male. And I, as a female, I'm saying I'm the SRC president. You see, even that single lie, no matter the 99% truth in your CV, that single lie of saying you were the SRC president, which they will take and they'll find out it's wrong, will tarnish your image and will put your CV somewhere. Sometimes they will even take a legal suit, especially when it comes to falsification of certificates. You don't know how these HR people, how mean they can be. Instead of you to just let it go and say, oh, this person is lying, the person did not have true certificate, they would sue you for lying to them. Yes, because when they sue you, you pay compensation for wasting their time because it is cost going to do your background checks and all that. It is a cost to them. That verification that I came to do at UCC on behalf of my uncle, it was a cost because I have to pay some money and all that. And after doing all those verifications, it comes out that you do not even attend University of Cape Coast. Sure, they will sue you. So it is more serious than we think. Okay, so let's try it. Whatever we do, even if there's going to be a lie, let the lie hang around your own traits. For example, you can say you are innovative, you are creative, you are energetic, you are enthusiastic, you are a team player. Those ones is your own personal trait, which you say, but you justify it at the interview. Because I've gone for an interview and I've been asked, I've seen in your CV you are a team player. Can you tell us an experience of which you played as a team? And one as an examiner, I was the team leader for the course I was teaching. We had other people. Meanwhile, so I didn't even have any assistant. I was the one teaching everything, doing everything. But on paper, they said I'm a team player. I'm a team leader. Okay, so I would just say, or I can even go back while I was on campus, while I was having my course. I was the course rep. I had a lot of, I was engaging in group activities. We had presentations to make, and I was the group leader. We had a project or a task that we performed while in school. I was the leader, and then I made sure that all my team members cooperated, and we came out with an outstanding grade, an outstanding result. You have justified yourself being a team player in the interview. But on paper, you just put there, I'm a team player, nobody will question you. Nobody will even call the school and find out whether you were indeed a course rep or you were, you see, or you actually played the leader as a team. You see, so when it comes to personalized information, whatever you put there, find a way to justify because at the interview, they will ask you, okay, I've innovative woman. Have you innovated something in your life before? Whatever you are scratching your head. You have to find a way to answer that. You are creative. In what scenario? Can you give us a scenario where we saw your creativity? You tell us at your office you had there was probably a problem that everybody was looking forward for a solution. Then you quickly provided that solution. You brought an alternative, and then things were workable now. You brought a system. Maybe everybody was going by a manual way of reporting your reporting student records. Then, because of your in-depth knowledge in Excel, of which I'm going to teach this semester, I'm going to teach you Excel. You realize that Excel was the fastest way of reporting student grades without going through the manual process of recording. So by your experience in Excel, you brought this training to your fellow teachers at work, and then you took them through the training of Excel, and since then nobody reported student grades manually. We all use Excel. Is it not your own initiative? It was your own initiative by bringing Excel to the school, and then you what? You even trained students. I mean, you trained your fellow teachers to use Excel, and since then they were all using Excel to make work smoother and faster. It is an A for you. Do you get it? So all of these things is that all are justify whatever you said in your CV. How you justify it would lead you far. But if you are unable to justify, you may say something which is very true. But if you're unable to justify or tell us what you've done, they will think you are lying, and then they may put you somewhere. I hope it's clear.
Yes, madam. Thank you
Yes,
very
it's
much.
clear. So let's minimize the way we lie. We can lie in a way that will not be suspicious, but let's avoid the expensive lies, the ones that they can call to verify. And then at the end of the day, you'll be sued, like I've said. You should avoid those types of lies. So, working experiences, for instance, maybe to a, you worked as an attachment, 3 month attachment. You can put there, you worked with this organization for 3 months. You can put the dates there. Or sometimes myself, if I know that the period is very short, like 3 months, instead of me to put the date for maybe April to May, April, May, June. Okay, April, May, June. So let's say April to June, 3 months. I worked from April to June, 3 months. I'll not put April to June there. I'll just put there the year which I worked. So instead of saying University of Cape Coast Training and Development Session, April to June, 2017 to 20 April 2017 to June 2017. Make sure na shorter. Me in fact dates. So I just put the University of Cape Coast Training and Development Session 2017. That's all. So that the employer may think that because April to June, they are all in 2017, right? So instead of me to commit myself for you to be specific that I worked for only 3 months, I will just put the year there that I worked University of Cape Coast 2017. So, and Kwano, you have not lied, right? I have not lied, but I have not told you the full truth. The full truth is I worked from April to June, and it was just 3 months internship. But I'll put there only the year. So only the year is there. University of Cape Coast, the year is there. That's all. When we come for interview and then you want to probe further, then you tell me, okay, so you worked at training and development session for how long? That one, I will not lie. I will tell them that, oh, I worked during that year, but I really don't remember. To me, I think I worked around, it should be around, maybe from February, or I don't truly remember, maybe, but I worked during that year. Not my saving me home. Or if I remember, I know exactly, I'll just tell you, I'll just be honest. June, and it was an attachment, and I gathered so many experiences and all that. Uh-huh. And also, so find a way of just playing along when it comes to these matters. We have eaten up our time, so we would come at 9 rather. Okay, we would come at 9 for our CV, and then we end the class. So we are going for break, 20-minute break.
All right.
Hello. Can we continue now?
Yes,
Break
ma'am.
over. Yes. Vivian has gone beyond the time. Oh, sorry. Okay, so we can proceed to CV, preparing a CV. Is my CV showing, my slide showing?
No, please.
Huh?
No.
No.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. Is it showing now?
Yes, please.
Okay, so you're looking at CV, a resume and a CV. Okay, what
Please,
is
it
the
has
difference?
gone back again.
Hello?
It has gone back again. It's not seeing showing at sat now. It's showing now.
Okay. So we are looking at, is there a difference between a resume and a CV? Resume, and what is a CV? In your own words, what is a resume? So usually whenever um an applicant, or let's say a potential applicant, wants to employ to a company or an organization, to summarize your experiences and your skills in the field of work you are entering, basically about your skills and your experiences, is to prepare a resume. So resume is mostly used in the corporate world where your skills and experiences are enhanced. I mean, most of the things you talk about are just basically about your skills and your experience. That is all that they are looking for. Okay. So it highlights your accomplishments. It shows the potential employer that you qualify for the work you're applying for. However, let's take note. Unlike biography, resume is different. For a biography, we usually read it at the person's funeral, right? Where we read all the person, what the person has done in his lifetime. So, right from childbirth, his childhood experiences, senior high, university, including his marital experience, how many wives the person has, how many children, grandchildren, all comprise what a biography. It is about the person's whole life. That is why we usually read it during the funeral of the person. Somebody else reads the dead person's biography. Okay, so it is not a biography. If it is a biography, then a resume should include your marital status, but very soon you look at the essential element and the non-essential element of a resume. People have been putting their date of birth, their marital status, their religion, their political affiliations. They are not necessary for a resume, please. You would get there. Okay. So in explaining what a resume is, I want you to know that it is mostly about a summary of your experiences, your skills you have, your educational background, working experience, skills you've gathered. That's all. It doesn't say much about your entire life. Okay. However, we also hear of a CV, a curriculum vitae, and then people use them interchangeably, right? People say, bring your CV, others will say, bring your resume. So, what at all is the difference? Before I go further to tell you the difference between a resume and a CV, I want to ask you if you have an idea of where the difference lie. Where does the difference lie? The difference, where does it lie?
Hmm. Yeah, I think the curriculum vitae is more detailed.
Hold on, I'm coming. You respond later. Okay, you can continue. What were you saying?
I was saying that comparatively, the curriculum vitae gives more detailed description of the person or detailed information about the individual than the resume.
Okay, that is a very good response. So, how detailed is it from the resume? How detailed? In other words, what are some of the things that the curriculum vitae may go further to talk about, of which we usually don't see in a resume? And that is where the details lie. Okay, so you are correct, but I want an add on. So, you can also call one of your colleagues to respond to that, or you respond it yourself.
Okay, let me try. Maybe certain achievements of the person can be added to the CV, unlike the resume.
Okay, so who just spoke now?
Samilia.
Oh, okay. Good. That is very good. So, what's the difference? As you said, usually a resume is very brief. Okay, it's a brief summary of your skills, your working experience, your education. Most of the resumes can even be as brief as just one page. Yes, you can have somebody's resume can be just a page, and the person's skills and working experiences that he has put together is quite detailed, but it's one page. Why? Because he has just summarized them. Okay, a summary of the skills, the experiences, the education. Okay, and it's not too lengthy. It can preferably it's 1 to 2 pages. Yes, I know it is 1 to 2 pages, but I'm saying that somebody's own can be so brief that even one page the person can have a full resume there. But the CV is an extensive detailed description. It goes beyond your educational background to tell us your teaching and research experiences, your awards, awards and honors. Maybe if you are affiliated to some professional bodies, a CV will tell us. A CV will go ahead to tell us some publications, some papers you have published, some conferences you have attended, and all forms of presentations you might have made in your lifetime pertaining to the job. And one most important criteria of seeing that this is indeed a CV and this is just a resume is the type of employment. Okay, so an employment that is basically requiring skills. So an employment like plumber needed, artisan needed, hairstylist needed. Attach your CV. Don't go and put publications there. Publication for what? So they may put in their description that attach your CV, but that type of job is actually a resume. So they should know that they should rather say attach your resume, not attach your CV. Okay. CV is for academic purposes mostly. So anything relating to academic, whether you are going for a director, Ministry of Education, you are going for a VC, in university, public, private, whatsoever, private university, public university, polytechnic, anything relating to academia. Do you get it? So if it is academic purpose, you want to be a lecturer, you want to be a college tutor, you even want to be a teacher in GES, you need a CV. But if you want to go into the business world where they are requiring most of your skills, we need a hairstylist. We need, and it's not only about, uh, I mean, artisan work. You can go as far as IT technician needed. You see, it is another kind of skill that they are even in high demand. But you don't need a CV, you need a resume to tell us the skills you have gathered in IT. But note that every resume, whether resume or CV, you should have what? Your skills, you should have your working experience, you should have the first thing is because it's your certificate you talk about first, your qualifications, and that is your certification and your qualification, the certificate you have gathered. Then you can talk about your skills. Then you can talk about the working experiences. Okay. So all the two have has these three elements. However, an add-on is will go into the CV, maintaining just the three and focusing more on your skills and working experiences will just be for the resume. So you were all right. Now let's look at the types of resume. First, you want to talk about a type that is known as chronological. Chronological in the sense that you move from the recent activity, the recent jobs, experiences you have gathered, the recent qualifications you've had. Then you date it backwards. Okay, so dating backwards, for example, educational background. You don't start with BECE when at the moment you have an MPhil certificate. Okay, when at the moment you have an MPhil certificate, when at the moment you have a PhD certificate, when at the moment you probably have a first degree certificate, don't start with your BEC. You date it backwards from the recent. That is the chronological resume. So, educational background, the skills you have gathered, or the kind of activity you find yourself in, you date everything recent. So you start, for example, 2021 to 2024. What did you have? You had an MPhil certificate. Okay, now I'm on the PhD, pursuing my PhD. I'm not done yet. So I can say that 2025 ongoing, or I can even forget about the year I started and just put the PhD ongoing, and then rather go from backwards 2021, 2024, MPhil. You get it? Then I'll go backwards again 2013 to 2017, first degree. Then I go backwards 2010, 2013. What see? From there, please, at this level, you end there. Okay? At this level, you don't need the BEC certificate. Hello. I know some students will argue with me, Madam, this one we not understand because some of us, the only certificate we have is WASI. So when we end with WASI, that means you have not even gone back. So you want to add a BEC. Hello, please. At this level, end with WASI. Okay. Nobody needs your, I don't know what kind of job that you need that BEC certificate for. Or there's a job like that. You need a BEC certificate for that particular job. What job? Now, even WASI is not regarded. First degree in this era, first degree is like BCU. So please, my people, when you finish with your first degree, try and do your master's. Unless you don't need it for anything, you just want to go to school so that they will know that you also are by university. So that is why you are doing the first degree and you are okay. That is fine because you are self-employed and you are doing well in your business. Nobody is above you. It's fine. But if you are like some of us who are struggling to make ends meet, edwuma baako nso yɛn no a, they say edwuma baako nso yɛn o, you have to what? Upgrade. Okay, upgrade and if possible, try and get your PhD. PhD. Aim high. If you want to just end with masters, at least you have upgraded. But first degree, don't be so comfortable with the first degree. Upgrade. Okay. I always encourage my students to upgrade. Yes, because you have more years to enjoy. Let's forget about that biblical be content with what you have. It doesn't apply in this era. This era, if you want to go by that biblical belief, be content with what you have, you'll never get rich because the rich are always asking for more. And if you feel you are content with what you have more responsibilities. And if you are unable to also give those responsibilities out, at the end of the day, those who said be content with what we have will say you are a wicked woman. You can give, but you are refusing to give. Not that you can give, but because you are content, so you don't have the edge to work harder and get more, so that when you get more, you'll be able to give more. That is how life should be. You should work to get more. When you get more, you leave a good legacy for people. Help those who are struggling, then they also meet up. You help them to reach a level that they can also fend for themselves. Teach them how to fish. You don't fish for them. Then you move on. Okay, so that's just by the way. So we are looking at what? Skills of functional resume. And that also emphasizes the skills and the experiences that you have gathered. So you group them according to their functions. So it presents the job seekers, the skills and experiences without putting them in a chronological order. In this particular type of resume, it is it is just like somebody who is a jack of all trades. Okay, I know of my brother, for instance, is a jack of all trades. He can do everything: plumbing, carpentry, electricals, masonry, anything relating to building. He's there. So if you want somebody to take hold of your building project, please contact me. Let me give you correct link. Sharp guy. He would be there and you will not use poor goods, inferior materials. He will tell you if you don't have money, he will tell you, Madam, this is an inferior material. If you don't have money, you go for it, but it will not last. So get money, even if you have to go and borrow and buy quality materials because he doesn't want to be involved in any inferior works. He'll tell you if you can't buy quality materials, look for somebody else. For me, I want to do a very good work. So if you are ready to do a very good work, a work that will last for long, and it will show you, will tell you this is the best, you go by it. If you don't want, you can go for the inferior, but he's not supposed to be blamed for it. Anything. So jack of all trades. Then maybe recently he's in engaged into what? Artisan work. So let's say he's into the masonry, the building itself, but he's an IT guy too. And then there's a job with IT. The question is, how does IT relate to what? The artisan work, the plumbing, the carpentry, and other things. So when he's preparing a skills resume, take note. He's not, if he's supposed to go chronological order. Recently, he's working as, let's say, recently, if he's into art, masonry, building. and then he's looking for a job in IT. He cannot say that because they say we should go by the chronological resume, the first thing he will talk about in his resume is being a mason. Mason and IT, there is no correlation. But this is a jack of all trades who can do both. So what am I saying? The skills of functional is emphasizing the skills relating to the job you are seeking for. So it's not about going chronologically. So if currently you are on a different job position, change nine, change say you have to start from the recent backwards. So here you only prepare it without going backwards, the chronological way. You can start with what? Maybe he did the IT 3 years ago, and that 3 years ago, he worked with ABC Company Limited. He had his training at AIT. Yeah, that's where he had his training. And he had his training at AIT, where he learned all the computer skills and all that. So he can start from there 3 years ago, not to talk about the recent job activity or the experience he has. So he can talk about maybe 3 years ago where he learned his AIT. He can talk about maybe 5 years ago where he also had another training, or where he also had the opportunity to work with a computer organization where he had all the IT skills and all that. So every activity that involves IT, that is what he's going to portray on his CV. Not necessarily he has to tell us his recent activity, which is not even relating to the job he's posting. You get it? Or the job he's asking of. So the skills of functional is saying that it is not necessarily to go backwards in a chronological form as seen in the chronological resume, but it is only emphasizing your skills, and it's grouping the skills and experiences according to the job functions. Nti ebia the skills in IT also, but he can group them into what? Software. He did hardware. Okay. Nti eba ne say to machines, yan fix machines. Let's repair the machines. Let's repair the phones. Let's repair this his A1. So he would group his IT skills into hardware. Hardware musu emu types. Which type of machines do you work with? You can work with high, I mean, laptops, we have grades. You can work with those grades. You can talk about phones. You can talk about iPad. So he would group them according to the skills he has. So it's just about what? Grouping your skills on your experiences. Okay. And that is the skills for the functional resume. But the combination is okay. We can as well have a combination resume where we would emphasize our skills and functions, or our skills or the functional resume. But at the same time, even though we are presenting the skills and functional resume, we want to do it in a chronological way. Okay. So combination resume is mostly what the academians do. Like for instance, myself, I go by the combination. Okay, I still have my skills resume embedded in my CV. However, I still want to what? Do it backwards. Because, for example, I am trained as administrator and as well as a teacher. Because remember, in your first degree, you learned document processing. It's a purely administrative work. Whatever we are teaching now is purely administrative work. So when I go to the office, I can perform very well. I have my typing speed. I have my Microsoft proficiency, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Prezi. I'll teach you Prezi. I'll teach you, okay, Access is not part for this because you have just 4 weeks. So you see, you have a proficiency in all of these softwares. That would help me be very excel very well in the administrative world. I've learned office management. Personally, I have learned some filing practices because I had the opportunity to be at the office during attachment, TND, training and development session. You see, so I am good then. However, though I have proficiency in administrative work and all those things, I am not tailoring my application to administrative work. I am tailoring my application to what? Academics, to be a lecturer. Okay. So if I go by the function, the combination resume, okay, I may decide to bring the skills in the administrative as part of it. However, I will put it at the time where I had those experiences. I had those experiences in my undergraduate time. That was the time I had the opportunity to go for an internship and all that. After undergraduate, second degree, I have been fully into the lecturing work. Do you get it? So in the combination resume, you will see on my CV that everything is about lecturing, lecturing, course tutor, lecturing, doing this, are backwards. When we get to somewhere in the 2016 backwards, you see some teaching at this school, at Dinaman. You see, there it is all under what teaching. You get it? So I have some teaching experiences at the secondary school. Backwards, when you get to around 2016, 2015, thereabout, you will see some schools there mentioned teaching at the senior high school. It is there. So I have the combination resume. But all of these things, the skills and the functions are embedded. So you see, when I go to that 2015 there, but I also have some around 2014 or so, where you can see that administrative skills, where I had the opportunity to also be an administrator in the at the university, and also showing that I have studied office management, I have studied document processing and all of these things, and I have also been on the field to do the administrative work. So you realize that the combination, I have two skills all in my CV. But when I am going for a position that I want to be fully academia, I can decide to take those administrative skills somewhere and put it somewhere. But if I feel like, let me outdoor so that even if there is no opportunity at the lecture, they may say that, okay, then you can take some leadership skills or administrative skills, even in the institution. Then, hallelujah. That means I have killed what? Two birds with one stone. You get it? So the combination is good when you combine your skills resume and you want to date it backwards so that they know your progress in life. So if you see look at my CV, my progress is in the teaching field. Started from being what, a senior high school teacher, and rising towards teaching at the university. Okay, so that is the progress report. You can see it in the chronological way, starting from what the recent teaching I'm doing backwards to where I was had the opportunity to teach at the senior high school, and that is also the formatting style of preparing your CV. Any question, please? If there are no questions, then let's look at the formatting styles. First, in people would want to write their CV using the shoulder heading. Okay, either the shoulder heading or the side or marginal heading. Hello, headings from document one. Who can tell us what the shoulder heading is? And then the next person should tell us what the side or marginal heading looks like. Godwin. Is it Godwin? Let me see those who joined for the first lecture. We have only 9 students, but course rep, how many are you in total? Minus me,
10.
8. So you have only 8 students.
Yeah,
How many are you?
13. 1 3.
13.
Yes.
Okay. So 4 absent. What happened to the 4? It's a story for another day.
Network and
Ah,
then one
it's even
out.
7 because Godwin, you are appearing twice. You
Network and some to light out. They couldn't charge their phone.
Hmm. So you are actually 8. So 5 absent. Godwin, your name is appearing twice. So okay. Today you have not spoken. Godwin, tell us what you know about the headings. Mommy, also prepare to answer the second question. Is it Kwabia? Mommy Kwabia. Godwin, you are not saying anything.
Yes, it's true, but I do not know how to explain the shoulder head.
Speak louder, please.
I do not know how to explain the shoulder heading with the formatting.
You have forgotten. Who else remember? Who else remember? We did headings, didn't we? Did I take it out?
Please, can you say that a shoulder heading is a small heading placed in the margin or at the side of a page?
Shoulder heading?
Yes,
No.
please.
It's placed where? Oh, but I want to find out, did we do headings?
We did. It is
Huh.
normally left. Is it the left hand corner or so? It's at the
Okay.
margin of the document.
Left
Okay.
margin and then it's in a block letters.
So shoulder heading usually is the type of lead heading that the whole text carries it. You see, because it is carrying it on the shoulder, that is why we say it is a shoulder heading. So most of the times the shoulder heading can be left aligned. Okay. You may have your main text which is centered, usually bolded, and then look at the way you write your thesis work. When you start, you say chapter one. Chapter one is at the center, all in capital letters, bolded, right? Then you see that when you come down, like more like a subheading, it might be initial capital. So, for example, introduction, or maybe you want to start with what background to the study. You see where the background to the study is positioned, starting from the left margin at the left side, initial capitals, and it is bolded. Okay, so you see that the subheaders are there, then you come under it. Usually leave a line, then you come under it, then you type. That is the shoulder head. So let me give an example of a shoulder headed form. One of the works or documents I have here. Document Ben Kwana Menkofa. Okay. Let me open this document and see if this is an assignment last semester I did. Uh-huh.
Please, we can't see your
Oh,
screen.
yes, I'm now going to share, so don't worry. I was opening the document first and then I'll share it. A reflective critique of the research design in my MPhil thesis. You see, one of the assignments we did last semester was to critique our own research work we did for the master. So imagine the work you have done that you even intend to publish, and you are going to critique your own work. It sounds so funny. You see that because some I will try, but all the same, now you know better. And you know, even at that level, you realize that what you did for undergraduate was also foolish in a way, it coded in quotation mark, because while you move higher, you realize that your understanding to research is different. And when you critique your own work, you realize that, hey, then, Charlie, we have a lot to do, a lot to do. So, this is just an example of a random work I found on my system. Now, I would use this thing to explain the side or marginal heading as well as the shoulder heading. Okay, so let me go back to what I have here. Good. So, looking at this is what a shoulder heading. You see, it is initial capitals. Most of the time, shoulder headings are initial capitals because you have your main heading. So, the main heading, assuming the main heading is Bitiki, Bitiki Research Design. Usually, if it is the main heading, I prefer it to be what centered, Control E. Okay, so that is the main heading, Bitiki Research Design. Now, the shoulder heading is what you have here from the left aligned. It is headed, we don't underline. When you are typing, we have stopped that style of typing headings where you underline them. When you bold it, it is enough. This is what initial words, capitals. What I've highlighted is known as what the shoulder heading. The reason being that the whole text or the paragraph, okay, is carrying the heading. This whole thing is carrying this. That is why we call it a shoulder heading. So I'll show you a sample of a CV. Maybe I have to use mine as an example. And then I'll ask you what type of heading I used. If you are going by the side or marginal heading, the side or marginal heading says that the heading is at one side, which is at the left side, and the whole text is at the right side. So you may find, I don't know how so usually you create them in columns and then you put them there for the two sides. If you put this thing here and you continue writing, it is not shoulder, it is not side or marginal. It is a continuous way of writing. And that is the third paragraph in style called the paragraph heading. Okay, so this is the paragraph heading. And we don't want this. But the side or marginal, everything, it will look like two columns. So I'm going to actually create one here. And then you see, let me create two tables. Sorry. So this is how what I'm going to do. I'm showing you how it is done. Okay. Have you seen? So there are actually two columns such that one column is the heading and the other column is the main text. That is how the side or marginal heading is. But it is not written in table. So what do? You remove the borders and you'll be able to see the actual side or marginal heading. No borders. Good. So this is how the side or marginal headings look like. Have you seen it? So the topic or the heading is on your left column or the left side, and the whole text is on your right side. And that is how the side or marginal heading looks like. Have you seen a CV that looks like this? You see that all the text are on your right, and whatever topic they write will be on your left, plainly like this. It is not continuous like I did at first. Continuous way of writing is the paragraph heading, which is only separated with a colon. Then you continue writing, like you write in your exercise book when you are taking notes. You see, when you are taking notes, you put the point there. One is talking about reflective critique. Okay, one introduction. Then you write colon. Then you explain your introduction, and in a continuous way of writing. That is called the paragraph heading. But so there are three headings: shoulder heading, which I spoke to you. So this, let's look at the second one. This one is the shoulder heading. The second one, alignment between research problem, purpose, and design. You see, I'm critiquing. I want to find out if my research problem, my purpose, and design are truly aligned the way it should be. Okay. And I think I've said something that yes, they were aligned. However, it was not well suited for the whatsoever. I mean, I'm critiquing my own work. So we are looking, so this is an example of what? A shoulder heading. What I've showed now is the shoulder heading. So this is one style of writing your CV, or another style is by putting them in two columns, like I've showed you in what? The first paragraph, where you have your heading on the left side and the whole text on the right side. So these are two ways by which you can present your CV. In presenting your CV, you can go by this format, which is the side or marginal, or you can go by the shoulder heading, which I have shown here. Okay, so I'm going to open one of, I have a lot of CVs, but let me see if you have a recent one, and then share that one and ask how is this. So are you there? Are you there?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
please. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not saying that my CV is perfect. It's no beyond a style of writing. Okay. So to the class, looking at the formatting I have explained now, what style of headings did I go by? What
Shoulder,
style? What?
Shoulder.
shoulder,
Shoulder head.
shoulder.
Okay. I think that the shoulder heading does not create unnecessary space. Look at the side or marginal. The whole of the space there will just be there. Okay. And I want to make use of space. That is why I go by shoulder heading. Okay. Somebody may say, no, shoulder heading is too boring. Let me go a different way. So let me go by the side or marginal. So here you realize that professional summary will be on the left column and everything. So let me see if I can use that same thing and then copy the shoulder heading, how it will look like. Okay, then I'll open a new document. So it's not compulsory to use a different color for your TV. Okay, you can go by the usual black. I just want, so you can go by the usual black. That is your own style. CV, when you're preparing your CV, your headings can have a different format, I mean font size. Okay, your headings can have a different font size. So it's not necessarily that your heading should also be times and font size 12. Okay. And even CV, some people may go by other traditional font size apart from the times. You may go for Calibri and other things, but I always want to maintain my font, my Times New Romans. However, my headings, I change the font and then I change the size. And that is my own style of doing. Oh, okay, I haven't shared this. Let me share what I've done so far. Have you seen it? So just like I explained, the side or marginal with the CV, that same CV, I'm only changing the first thing to talk about the professional summary. Okay, so I have changed it from the shoulder heading to the side or marginal, and that is how it will look like. If you want to write your CV in the side or marginal format, you can go by this, but always ensure consistency. Don't start first paragraphs, shoulder heading, then second thing, for example, professional summary. Then the next thing to talk about is what? Your educational background. And your educational background, you are going by the shoulder heading. When your professional summary, you have gone by the side or marginal heading. There is no consistencies. Okay. So ensure if it is one particular style of writing, go by it throughout. Consistency has to do with formatting as well. Don't write your first paragraph font size 12, second paragraph font size 14, third paragraph font size 15. There is no consistencies in the font sizes, in the font size. So you go by one. So, and if it is a particular paragraph style of writing, go by that throughout. So if you are going by side or marginal, the next thing is to talk about what's your educational background. When you are moving from educational background towards skills, you have to continue with the style of writing. When you move towards working experiences, okay, you have to continue with the style you are going by. If it is side or marginal, go by it throughout so that every point you make, the point will be on your left side and everything you want to say can be on your right side. Okay, that is how it should be. Any question? So the two, choose the one that you love to work with. Okay, choose the one that you love to work with and go by it. It doesn't mean I went by the shoulder heading. So even if you prefer the side or marginal, you think shoulder heading is the absolute way of going by. It is nice to use shoulder heading, but go by what you want, right? Okay. So can we continue? Any question? Any question? So from there we have what we call your personal information, also known as the biodata. Your biodata is what? Just like your address. Okay, assuming you are writing a letter, the first thing to talk about is your address. And you start with your name, your address, your telephone number, your email, as you saw in my biodata. So the biodata I shared with you, you saw it, right? That is where you saw my name and my address. Okay. Then from there, that is the personal information or the biodata. From there, you go to the career objective or summary. And I use the word professional summary. You can use what career objective. You can say career summary. Okay. What does it mean? It is a brief but attractive statement about your purpose in life. It should focus on what you bring to the organization rather than what the organization has to offer you. So, example of a career objective, someone should briefly tell us what a brief summary or something that you want to state as your career objective. Example, who is willing to share with us? Yes, who is sharing with us? Then you move on to what? Your personal profile. Okay. It's a personal statement or a summary of your career portfolio. It follows immediately after your personal information. Let me see if I think there's another one I can show to you. Uh, a minute here. Okay, I think I've seen it. I'm coming. Okay, so let me share this to you. This one is what is in your book, so that Mine is quite detailed, but your book is very simplified, okay? So that you will not be confused. So let me share uh, what is in your book, the soft copy of your book. Okay. So I want somebody to read the objective. That objective is the career objective I'm talking about. Okay. Let me increase it further so that you can see. Okay, can you all see?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So you realize that the career object, this one is so simplified to work in a competitive institution in order to help achieve the goals of the institution. That is somebody's, this is who. So when I spoke about the personal profile, okay, this is what I mean by personal profile. Your name, your address, your index, your telephone number and your email. Okay, this is what we from Sarah Amani. What I have highlighted is the personal profile. Okay, I don't know why this H has come here, but it's part of it. It should not drop beneath it. So usually after the personal profile, you underline. That is what some do. Others may leave it. I didn't underline. I just left it space because I've highlighted it and I have bolded it. So it shows that that is the personal profile. Okay, so any type is accepted. Right after your personal profile, which is known as what? Sorry, personal bio is the same thing, or the personal bio is talking about the person who is preparing the CV. What do you realize here? You realize that in preparing CV, there was no way I wrote on top CV or curriculum vitae. Have you seen that there? So when you are given a test and the test says write a CV, I know you are writing a CV. Unlike a memorandum where you have to write on top memo or memorandum, CV, you don't write on top curriculum vitae. I've seen a lot of people who have presented their CVs, and on top of the CV, they have written curriculum vitae. We don't do that, okay? This is from it. The first thing we want to see on your CV is what? Your personal bio. Like my own, or I mean, any means of which you can reach me. Okay, so this is a personal bio. Right after the personal bio, you ask yourself, what is your objective? It is like your goal in life. Who are you? What is your goals in life? So you see, CV, take CV as your personal, I mean, it's more like a biography. Let's take it like that. But this time around, it is not what you have done your entire life, where you would include marital status, number of children. No, 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 no. I've explained this already. But take it as your bona fide property that whoever picks the CV knows what you are bringing to the table. And it's tailored into what? Seeking for a job. So anything that will enrich you, to make you proficient, to make you what? Higher over your competitors. It is just a picture of who you are. So the first thing is your personal bio. Who are you? Your name should be there. Your address should be there. Your telephone number, your contact details. That is the personal bio. Then the next thing to ask yourself is, what is your goal in life? What is your purpose in life? And that is how we coin it as what? Career objective. Okay, career objective, or your personal profile, or your, here it is just objective. For my CV, I use the word professional what? I think I use where is my CV? I use professional summary. Okay. And all of these things is just to tell you who you are, what you bring on board. So you realize that what I shared you right now about what what I'm sharing now is your book, document processing. That one, the book has a detail of the slide, explaining the slides in detail. So I just picked out that portion and then I'm sharing that portion to you. So here you have just objective. It can be career objective, it can be professional summary, it can be whatever, but it's just a brief statement, okay, or like I described. So here he said to work in a competitive institution in order to help achieve the goals of the institution. It is very brief. Mine is a bit detailed, but still brief. At least it is not a full page. It should be like 2 or 3 sentences and you are good to go. For mine, it is, I said, innovative and dedicated professional with over 7 years of teaching experience and expertise in administrative for both administrative skills as well as my teaching skills. And then I went further to say demonstrated ability to manage classroom dynamics, develop and implement curricula, provide exceptional administrative assistance. And I'm committed toward fostering a positive and productive learning environment. Did you see a pronoun in my professional summary? What I've highlighted? Um, okay, I'm sharing different thing. You let me share mine for now. Did you see any pronoun, even with what you have? Uh, what you have is what you have from the book is what? To work in a competitive institution in order to help the goals of the institution. Do you see a pronoun there? Are you there?
We are here. There's no pronoun.
Yes, there is no pronoun. So what does it tell you? In preparing your CV, okay, we don't use pronouns. We don't write I am here, I am this, I am that, I have achieved this. No, 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 no. We use what we call phrases, phrasal words or clauses. Okay. So the clause that makes meaning, a meaningful clause, a meaningful phrase. For example, objective. I put my name there, Sarah Amanyampo. And the objective, I'll not say that I work in a company. No, I want to omit the pronoun and use a clause that, yeah, I should not even end with a full stop. This is wrong. The person who typed the thing is made a grammatical or typographical error. So you don't end with a full stop. So to work in a competitive environment, to work in a competitive institution in order to help achieve the goals of the institution, that is the objective. Okay, so that is it. Then right from I want to teach you in such that you don't have to memorize what should go into your CV. You build it by the understanding you have. So I said your CV is your bona fide property. It should be a reflection of who you are. So who are you? Your name and your address. So that is the first thing. That is the personal bio. So the points are there, but it doesn't mean you go one, personal bio, then you put it there. Two, career objective, then you put it there. Three, educational background. Four, we don't even number our CVs. We don't number it. And I don't think we bullet it. Okay, sometimes bulleting is accepted some way, and sometimes numbering is accepted when you want to number your referees. But I'm saying that ideally, this is how it should be. So objective. So personal bio. Now your career objective. What do you want to do? Educational background. Chronological. You starting from more recent backwards. Okay. So recently you have a master's degree. You go backward and then you continue. Okay. Like what you have here. And see how the educational background is done. The year comes first. Yeah, it is actually like 3 columns. The year comes first, the place where you had the university, or the kind of certificate you have, and then the place or the time. So this is an example. You see, here is Berman University. What program did he read? Masters of Business Administration. Major courses are there. And where is the place at Berman? Then 2006 to 2010, he have has what? Bachelor of Education in Management. Major courses read, and then the place is at Cape Coast. Then Sana Senior High School from 2004 to 2010. What he read and the place. You see, so the educational background is there. And then the certificate is there. Okay. So first certificate is MBA, second is Bachelor of Education Management, and then if it is WATC or SSC, you put there. So right after your educational background is what? Your working experiences. You ask yourself, okay, school na mako na adwuma bɛn na mede kɔyɛɛ? That is how you build it. So your working experiences. You also want to start in a chronological way from the recent working experience backwards. This is your CV. If you have to prepare a resume and it is focusing on the skills alone, sometimes if your skills is something that you are doing recently, you can still go chronologically, but emphasizing just your skills. But if it is not something you are doing right now, like I explained in my previous submissions, I said since it is focusing on your skills, you don't necessarily have to go chronologically. You just tell us the skills you have gathered on the set dates. So it doesn't matter whether the skills you gathered was not a recent period that you gathered those skills or it's a previous skills you gathered some years back. But because you need that skills, you just want to talk about that skills. And that is the skills resume. But you are looking at CV, a curriculum vitae, that is has to do with both the skills and then the chronology. So we have the combination of the two here. Have you seen it? That whether educational background or your certificates or your working experiences, it is starting from the recent activity backwards. Okay, so look at this. Then you have your additional knowledge or additional skills where you have what? Computer literacy, Microsoft Word, and all that. The competencies you've gathered over the years. You have what? Ability to work with little or no supervision. You are result oriented. You have good initiative. Your research interests should be what? Your interest should be research, reading, cooking. They are all there. Then your reference. Okay. So references, at least you should have two references on your CV. At least two. Others may ask for one, but I prefer you have two. Any question? So someone may ask, Madam, you said CV is detailed, but the example you have here is not too detailed as I expected because I didn't see honors and awards. I didn't see conferences, publications, and all that. So let me give the only detailed CV I have is my own CV. So I'll share that briefly for you so that you see how detailed. But that is also an example of a CV anyway, just that it was more resembling a resume because it didn't have let me see. What was the title? Okay, so what I have here was what a chronological resume. That is why it didn't have those things. Okay, okay. Have you seen it? So this one was a chronological resume. Let me show an example of a skills resume. Okay, so this is a skills resume. We haven't gotten to a CV yet. Okay, so example of a skills resume. Okay, this is a below is a sample of a skills resume. Can you all see what I'm sharing?
No, please.
Oh, how possible? So what is being shared now? I was sharing the slides. I have been going back and forth with. I've opened about 6 documents and I've been going back and forth without sharing. Forgive me. So this is what I was saying. Is it clear? Below is a sample of a skills resume. Okay. So look at the summary. Skills. So this is also a skill. Substitute teacher. Oh, okay. So you realize that the summary is what? Proving track record in blah blah blah, improving the progress of struggling students and all that. Then you quickly went to relevant skills. That is what? Lesson planning, student development. You see, so a skill as a substitute teacher functional. That is a skills resume. So he is looking at the relevant skills where he is good in lesson planning, student development. Okay. I don't know why when I'm going down, then it go okay. Student development. And then we have what? Teaching. So these are the relevant skills he has. Then he moved on toward the educational background. Okay. And then additional skills. And that's all because was a skills resume. Okay. So as I said, resume, skill. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
My network was just messing up. Okay. So you see the educational background, then you see what working experiences, and then you move on to what from your working experiences, you move on to professional skills, okay, or what you saw there as additional skills. I named it professional skills. So all the skills that you have acquired are there. This is the place that I said this one. Nobody will go and ask you if you actually have those professional skills. But when you get to the interview, how you justify, you get it. You can be given a work to do because let me just send this joke. He said she wrote as one of her professional skills is to be proficient in French. She said she was proficient in 3 different languages, French, Latin, and Chinese. And then one day, so she was given the job. Of course, the job, they really didn't need her French skills and her Chinese skills or her Chinese or whatsoever. But one day they met an ambassadors and they were going to enter into a contract with the organization. They said, oh, don't worry, language is not a barrier. We have one student or one of our staff here who is proficient in French, Chinese, and Latin or whatsoever. Yes. And they called this lady that, oh yes, we have an ambassador here who said you said you can speak their language. He said, me, really? He said, yes. You wrote it in your CV. He said, oh yes, yes, I remember. They said, okay, so meet our clients and interpret for us what they said. So you can imagine the embarrassment. When the people talk, then she respond, but she was actually speaking in tongues. She was not responding in their language. Then the people would get angry and tell the man in their language that the woman is speaking rubbish. You don't even know the kind of language she's speaking. Then the woman would confidently tell the man that the client says they are not going to they are not buying in or they are not getting the contract because they are code taking low prices for the contract. So at the end of the day, they got angry and they left. But they recorded all that the transactions that took place because the manager was not assured. He was not really convinced because these were clients that they showed so much interest in the organization. So what happened? Why would they suddenly say they are no longer interested in the organization? No, because the woman was speaking rubbish and they got furious and they left. So they took the recordings because there was a CCTV. They took the recordings and then they played it to another professional, or now we have even software that is able to interpret languages and all that. Then they realized that the woman was speaking rubbish. She was not speaking any dialect at all. She was probably speaking in tongues. That is the only thing we can say. So please, when you are lying, you lie well. Because if you had not said that you are proficient in 3 multinational languages, one in multinational languages, French, Chinese, German. Also, I want to who. Do you get it? So let's be careful with, especially when it comes to the professional skills. Because at the end of the day, you are going to repeat. If you are not even asked at the interview session, time will catch up with you. And you have to prove yourself. Are you not the one who said you were proficient in Excel? And you cannot just manipulate this simple data. Okay, so please, I think our last lesson before we end, the 4th week, we are going to do Excel. Momfa mo ho nhyem, na monsua ne yie, so that when you go there and then you write in your CV, you are proficient in Excel. You'll be able to prove yourself that yes, indeed you can. At least that is introduction to Excel. So at least you can do the basic computations in Excel. Then you have what I have here as what volunteer experience. You said that the volunteer experience skills. You don't see conferences and workshops attended. In my CV, you can see some conferences, and there are many, but if I'm supposed to bring all the conferences and workshops, seminars I've attended in the whole world, I would use more than 20 pages, which I don't want to do that. So just a few, something to show that I've attended some conferences and workshops. And then we have what? Research works. In fact, I'm working a lot, but I have not published any of them, so I put on published day. We are hoping that very soon we'll put them together and then we publish them. Then we have what? Interest. Okay, so what are your interests? Don't go and say your interest is eating. How is eating relating to the work you are looking for? Make sure that the interest you have in is related to the work. So somebody will say dancing. How has dancing got to do with teaching? Are you going to teach music and dance? That is fine. If you're going to teach music and dance and your interest is in dancing, perfect. But how has dancing got to do with it? How has cooking got to do with the work you are doing? Okay, so cooking, dancing, singing, unless you want to go into the entertainment industry, then your interest is a perfect one, because entertainment is all about what? A lot of what? Artwork. I mean, dancing, cooking, singing, everything is part of the entertainment industry. That is fine. But academic, for a lecture, and you are saying your interest is cooking, are you going to, if you are teaching, that is different. Assuming you are going to teach VOTEC and you are going to teach them VOTEC, cooking. I mean, yes, is what? Food. It's either food or clothing. And then your interest is sewing and you are going to teach clothing. It is perfect. You are going to teach food and your interest is cooking. It is perfect. But you are not teaching anything relating to food or singing, dancing, or whatsoever. And then you put the singing, dancing. It is not job related. Okay. So look at the examples I put there as interest. Solving challenging academic problems to boost my intellect. Reading and researching about great entrepreneurs and how they have transformed the world through their ideas. Engaging in humanitarian activities. Very good. You're cooking, dancing, singing. No. Then I have what? References. You get it? So I have about 3 references at the end of my CV. My series is even little. I have friends whose CVs are like 10 pages. Then I ask myself, what at all are you writing? Anyways, we also have professors whose CV is more like a book because the kind of experiences they've gathered in the past 30 years or even more, you cannot write all of them. So their CV is actually like a booklet. But I think mine is just 4 pages, and that is fine. Young lecturer there, that in your experience, yeah, so I have experiences all right, but some do you know what makes them lengthy? The publications. They have over hundreds of publications, and they want to write all the publications they've made in the world. So about 20, 50 publications, and you have to put each of them there. Like if you look at my publication, I have 4, even though the 4 I'm writing, but I've not published. I have done other works I've not published. If I should put all of them there, then it will not even sound serious. How can you have so many works and you have not published them? So I just put 4 there. You get it. So each of them, your title should be there and the year of publication, but I've not published. That is why there is no year of publication there. I'm yet to. So I have only the titles there. Okay. So at least this is 4 pages and it's fine. It falls into the rank of a CV. There may be CVs that has more pages, more leaflets, depending on the person's experiences, publications, research works, conferences attended, seminars, and all that. I have a lot, but sometimes to employers are some way when they see you have your CV is too much, they become irritated, and it's to them you are more like a threat to them. Hey, now we CV I don't suppose see MD in the CV, no. So they will not even look at it at all. So you see, sometimes you look at all of these things and try and be simple, a simple CV just to get our jobs. After all, the skills we have is in us. So it is not about the lengthy words I write. It's about proving my work on the job, proving it. That is what matters. So some of us we just want to be brief as much as possible, but that doesn't mean the skills I have mentioned here are the only skills I have or the working experiences I've gathered. I've taught even at the basic school and all of that, but I don't think it's relevant at this level. Teaching at the basic school, why should I add it here? When I'm looking for a higher position, at least the least I can go is teaching at the secondary school, where at least I know that at least I started somewhere before entering at the university, teaching at the university. You get it? So if I'm to add all of them, including all the extra classes I gave to kids, will I finish preparing my CV? No. So let's try and be brief. Remember the 6 C's where we talk about conciseness. It's up. It is for all business letters. It's not only for CVs and all business documents, including CV and your application letter. We talk about brevity. So let's ensure brevity as much as possible. Okay. So, any question? Any question? I'll use the last 10 minutes to explain the essential and non-essential elements of a CV. And then we end the class today, right? Any question?
Please, I want to ask you, the referees be only in academia.
No, I said the referee should be your former employer. At least one of your former employers should be there. And two, your second, usually you have two referees. One is from your former employer, former employer, and the second one can be somebody you have worked directly with. So the referees, the idea is to bring somebody you have worked directly with. Either you have worked in the business setting or you have worked directly in your school. You get it? So for instance, my CV, you saw Professor Akoma, he was my principal supervisor. And you can also see Madeleine Brown. Madeleine Brown actually took me to the teaching at the university because I worked as a teaching assistant right for undergraduate where I completed my bachelor's degree. So I worked directly under her as a teaching assistant. And ever since all the teaching appointments, the little girl I'm doing, is through her. You see, so if you are talking about who is best fit to be my supervisor, it is Madeleine in terms of job because I have worked directly under her. I've also worked under two other lecturers, okay, but it was just it is not as much as Madeleine Brown. Madeleine Brown has been since 2017, you see, and even though I've worked under two other lecturers whom I have also taught their courses. If there's an opportunity for me to get more referees, I can contact them to be my referee because I've worked under them before and they would write something good about me. But looking at the length of time I have worked with somebody, it's Dr. Madeleine Brown. Okay, I have been working with her since 2017 till now. So she is the right person. And in terms of academia, my principal supervisor, Pastor Nkuma, is also there. I have another one there who is Antonio Usu, who is also my supervisor for the MPhil. So the two of them are there. If there is any opportunity to get more referees, I would include him. So it's not only about your lecturer. The school setting plays just one role, but most employers are even looking out for your previous employer, your mentor, your coach, whoever you have worked with. That person is right fit to tell more about you and your attitude towards work and what you do, your productivity. You get it? Uh-huh. So, any other question? Any other question? So quickly, the last thing we look at is what? The essential and non-essential elements of a resume. For the essential elements, we have talked about it because I have taken you through each and every one of it and told you what you have to put there, personal bio, then you move on to what professional statement or your career objective. Right from there, you ask yourself, what qualifications do you have? So educational background. Right from the educational background, the next thing to ask is, with your certificate, what have you been able to achieve with your certificate? That is your working experience. So right from the working experience, you ask yourself, what additional skills have I acquired? In getting all these experiences? Did I go for seminars? Did I go for conferences? Was I able to do some publications? Did I receive honors and awards? You see, then all of those things comes to mind. Then after that, referees, then you are good to go. So all that you have done, who and who can I call as my referees? So that when they are called or they can indeed tell the potential employer that I am fit for the job because they trust me and they know what I am capable of doing. So those are your referees. Then you put their contact details there. In reality, don't forget to call them and inform them. In academic work like writing for assessment, you can just put anybody's name. It's just about creativity. But let us see the referee section. Put their names, their details, their contact numbers, email, forge them in terms of assessment. Okay. And yes, now, hey, this is my lecture. I've forgotten her number. Her number is not in my head. Who said I have the time to pick the numbers on your exam sheet to call them? I don't have that time. So you can put two there. Let us see that at least you put in the person's contact number there. The email is there. Okay, these two is very important. The number and the email. Add it to the person's name and the person's address. So you create some address and put them there for examination purposes. I'm teaching for both examination and for what? In real life situations. In real life situations, ensure that you put the number that is workable. Those are the things that I also want to talk about. When you were talking about the date for application letter for the CV, make sure that the referees are contacted and make sure that the numbers are not the number that today you call and switched off. Workable numbers, active numbers. Yes, I want the word active. Use their active numbers. Don't use a number that is redundant or is a home number or it's only the wife that picks it. Wife, negative female voice. Also, who are you? What I do with my husband? Please don't use that kind of numbers. Okay. So non-essential elements. So we have discussed the essential elements. Now, what are the things that are not needed in your resume or in your CV? Your age, your date, or place of birth. A bit sure CV, I know about date. CV is not a letter. A letter should be dated. A CV is not dated. Why? Because every time and then you are breasted. So my CV, for instance, the way I have saved it will show you whether it is a current CV or it's an old CV. I have I started writing CV since level 200, where we were also taught document processing. That was 2014, level 200, document processing. When I studied document processing, then I said, Chai, I'm also going to prepare my CV. So I have CVs from 2014. At this time, if I'm to present a CV, I'm not going to take the one that I prepared in 2014. So I always update it. And when I update it, I give it a new name. Mostly because I don't want to mess up sometimes. And I have to always tailor my CV to the type of job I'm looking for. So as I told you, the period where I was looking for administrative jobs, I took away everything I did with teaching and only used the resume, okay, where I concentrated on the skills alone, the administrative work I did. Huh. So I have a CV like that there. That one is just like a page or two because it's only for administrative jobs, no teaching. But going forward, all my experiences have been in teaching. So now I have a full CV. You realize this one when I opened it, I wrote April, I updated it in April 2026. That is how I have named my CV. CV, April 2026. That will show that if I do another CV, where probably around December 2026, and I've updated it, I will take the recent one. Okay, so that is when you are saving. I'm not saying you should put that date in your CV. That is non-essential. So the age, the date, the place of birth, they are all non-essential. You don't need it. Unless there are certain jobs that requires it. For example, who call soldier more. To me, near 55, now after a rural soldier, you retire at 55. Or did I? No, 45. And soldier, they retire either 45 or 55. I think it's 45 rather. They retire so early. Now 45, nothing a local soldier. So they would deliberately ask all applicants should state their age on their CV. So if it is required, is a requirement, that one is an exception. But apart from certain jobs that require your age or probably your date of birth and your height and your weight and all that, depending on the job you are looking for, ideally these things are non-essential. So social security number, it's not needed. You submit your CV and your application letter when you get the job. And then the job actually requires that, okay, because you have to create, you need your account details. You also need your social security number so that you also pay the SNP because employers have a role to play in terms of jobs. You know of that HR, right? They have a role to play. Employers, they pay some percentage as your SNP something. So that one later when you have had it, they may request of your social security number and your account details so that they pay directly to your account and they pay your social security as well. It doesn't mean you should bring all this information. Come and put your account details and your social security number on your CV, please. It is not done. Physical characteristics such as not included. I've seen some CVs, people have put their photographs, hello, passport picture on their CV. No, it is a rule. No, 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 no. We don't do that. You don't put your marital status. I am single, I am married. No. The name and occupation of your spouse, whether you are the president's wife or your first lady, you don't put on your CV that you are the first lady. Okay? Or your husband is the minister of education. So, okay, so you are going for work at the 3 years. Then you put on your CV that your husband is the minister of education. So what? You don't put the name and occupation of your spouse there, as well as what your race, religion, affiliation. I mean, whether you are a Hausa, you are Naka, political affiliation. We don't put all of these things today. All right. Any question? Any question? If there are no questions, usually using I don't like using the templates. The reason being that templates lacks a lot of essential things we have discussed here. Okay. However, since it is part of the things that you are supposed to know, I will just show you how to get the template. So, for example, where 2016 files that stores collection of files and all that. So you can have the template at where 2016. So let's see how we can get those templates. What the first thing to do is to open your Microsoft Word and go to File. Okay. So how do I? Okay. Can we? Do you have your laptops with you? Are you using your laptops for the course or
No,
for it? If you are using your phone, don't let me waste my time to take.
I'm using my phone.
Well, you just be looking at it and then you not practice it. And this course practical. Hello,
Hi.
are you there?
Yes,
yes, please. We are
We
here.
have 5 more minutes. What do you want us to do? Should I take you through the template? Or as I've taught you, you can design it yourself. That is what I want you to do. I don't want you to use the template. I want you to design your resume yourself. What do you want? Okay, let me just open a new Microsoft Word and then take you to the template so that you wouldn't be like, no, madam didn't teach us, madam didn't teach us. The next part, it is so simple. You'll be ending soon, okay? I'm checking the time, guys. 5 minutes more. That is the last thing. In fact, we are done with CV and Microsoft CV and application letter. Just that the last thing is to try and use a template, creating templates to present. So this is a blank page I'm sharing. Is it sharing? Have I shared the
no,
Word document?
no.
Ah, yeah, so. Share quiet back. Yes, I'm crying. Is it? Do you see the blank page?
I
It's
can't
just
see
a
any
blank page. You can't see anything.
place.
Then you have to go and practice that yourself because whatever I do, you can't see. Then what is the essence of? And you have just 3 more minutes to go.
She has posted on the page that the lecture is ended. If we have questions, we should bring it there for her to address. So I think we can leave.
Yeah, before that, our lesson has been postponed. We'll do it on Wednesdays and Tuesdays and Wednesdays, if you can hear me. So today, no lecture again. That's all.